It is time. It is time for the Fire Mage. I will BRB. I just realized I need to check on something. All right. All right. All right. All right. Actually, I'll BRB one more time. Alright, let's do this. I'm back. Need to shave my I swear my face is like allergic to beard. I get the smallest little beard, and it starts to give me a rash. Mage. So we are doing a fire mage. So how I'm going to structure some of my classes are going to be like fire mage, ice mage, or I guess it'd be water mage, lightning mage type thing. And each, when he goes to eventually specializing those, they're all going to be in that, element archetype. So fire mage could actually go into a smoke mage, or a lava mage, or a blue fire mage would be probably healing. Holy fire, doing archetypes like that. And a water mage could specialize in, ice, water, all these things. So this mage is going to be specifically fire. And so now we give it the rotation ruin treatment. So we have to think about what we're going to do with this and how to make it a little bit different. So we have the shift. We have the Q is the fireball. We have our little wand auto attack. Burn. So I think the first fireball, right, is not too bad right now. But could we make it more interesting? So right off the bat, I want E's kind of like your easier key to press, I would argue. So this is going to be fireball. Q will turn into what is currently burn. Shift will stay as blink because it just feels good. And then this is actually here. We have auto attack. And then R is currently AoE. And then we need to do 1, 2, 3, and 4. Did I update my Twitch to Mage? No, yeah, this needs to be Mage now. Mage. Done. And yeah, so what are some interesting Mage abilities, right? I'm going to just start listing things I'm aware of. So channel something. Cast that shoots multiple projectiles. So this is like kind of like WoW Arcane, whatever it is. You push a button, you're sitting there casting, and some fireballs come out of your hand or something. Some sort of burst. It could be fireballs, raining down from the sky. Any type of fire burn on the ground. You could get into the lightning strike stuff. Sort of like Avatar type thing. Obviously a fire resist debuff. There could be a like a builder and a burster, for lack of a better term. Builder applies stacks. Burst removes stacks. Bonus for each stack. Could do charge-based things like a hold button down to make a bigger fireball. We could do bouncing things too. But bouncing's a little bit weird because how does that apply to bouncing projectiles don't really apply to a tab target game. It'd be a little bit weird to do like a bouncing thing. It's like because there's no skill shot, there's no like there's a Ziggs from League of Legends. There's also just like any type of ARPG has bouncing grenades and stuff, but it doesn't really apply well to a tab target game. Obviously some sort of stacking debuff I kind of already have. Or a stacking fire burn thing. I definitely don't want the fire mage to have like a stun. Now this is a class that could use empowers out of my combat system. Empowers improve or is a buff that has stacks that get used up that empower specific abilities. So you could do something that gives you an empower for your fireball. Maybe it's a passive. I could go into passives. For the mage, maybe passives. Like maybe the fire mage gets a passive, like a crit bonus. So every time he crits, he gets a burn effect applied. Could be interesting. And that makes your crit more powerful. That's one thing I haven't touched at all yet, is passives on all the other classes. Let's think here. It's one of those things. It's a little bit hard because my game is slow paced. And there's not really too much of a. Like I'm trying to make situational abilities, but also interesting abilities. I could do some sort of thing that spawns. Spawn some sort of actor. Could be a trap. Could be a pet. Do I give? I think a pet. I don't think I want a pet class from the fire mage out of the box. I think I'd rather it become a. Uh, that could be a specialty later on that you invest points into something or something you get later or find it. I definitely want to make the fireball a little bit more exciting, and less. It's sort of like the cleric a little bit. Like every rotation ruin, you get like an extra fireball or something. Um, so I'm drawn to at the very start, crits will give. I'm going to do that. I'm going to give crits a burn right off the bat. So that'll make the mage already feel a little bit unique. Oh, I have to do this stupid organization crap again. Okay. Fireball. Oh yeah, so this is a little different. So we have R1, R3. Gonna have blink. I'm not doing too much with blink. I'm probably gonna keep it relatively the same. Then we have burn. I guess burn maybe I'll hold off on. Burn, yeah, burn I'll hold off on, cause I might take away that ability completely. and place it through other stuff. And then the other thing is, I'm just going to say passive crit. And then we need kits. Yeah, so kit. One, I need to check everything out. Teleport. Mage Fireball, R1. I guess I'm just going to have to make the dot thing. Burn. Oh yeah, I'll just because if I need to. Hello? My keyboard. Died? I don't know. My keyboard died? Weird. Okay, so sorry if this is a little bit boring, but I'm setting up my folder. So previously I had a system up, but I've refined it and now I'm in like a bit of a more cleaner workflow. And so I'm kind of organizing things a bit more cleanly. Just need to go to list. And then we'll do the AoE. Okay. This goes into kits. AoE R2. Alrighty. Mage went kind of quick on that. They don't have too many abilities. Okay, so let's get what? Let me think here. Universal third, do passive on crit. Copy this to base here, copy. Mage, passive, crit. And this is a passive. And we go to actual passive as well. So user interface, damage on crit, like burn on crit, or just passive burn. And on critical hit, apply a stack of burn. I'm pretty sure there's a fire thing somewhere here, right? Yeah. What do we want? Maybe this one. I think it's Fantasy Warrior, right? Yeah. Whatever, this one. This largely doesn't matter, but actually, yeah, let's do that. Because this icon's not transparent. I don't need to care. So setup is direct target. The stat change should be 0. And we'll do burn stat. I need a new stat change. So go here. We're going to go to burn. And get this as a base. And we'll set it to like a long duration, so like 30 seconds. The tick will be every like 2.5 seconds. Or maybe not long duration. Yeah. Alright, RB. Alrighty, sorry about that. I had to help my kiddo and make a coffee. Alright, so 10-second duration, probably 20 seconds, maybe 2.5 tick, fire, subtract, we'll start with 1. Maybe we will not ignore crit, I don't know. Ignore crit, maybe. I guess guaranteed crit is what we want. And value, I think that's everything for this. And direct target, hitbox, it's not relevant. I don't know, we'll keep that on for now. Targeting, lock actor, current, and I think that's it. So now we go to kits. Newbie. Okay, this is where we put Mage crit passive in. And let's see if it works. So it's loaded. Passive burn. On critical hit, applies a stack of burn. So we will get ourselves some crit. Did I not set it to be... on the UI? Oh, it's still the same thing, probably. And ba-bum, ba-bum. To reload. Okay, fireball. Passive. Critical hit, my action. Oh, that needs to be 100% chance. Action names. I do probably have to do a tag. Let's make a new tag. Mage.fire. Comment is Mage fire spells. And then we're going to go to Fireball for now. And I guess it's in the stat changes, maybe. I think that will work now. I may have just been getting unlucky on, it was a 50% chance to apply, and now it should be good, I think. Okay. You're not working. Critical hit. My action. Activate chance 1. Cooldown of 5. Subtract. Okay, let's see if I did. Listen all. Gameplay tag. Also double check it. That's actually critting. Okay, it's not critting. So why is it not critting? Well, first up, I need to make sure they're not enabled, so that's fine. Oh, duh, because I've disabled crit. And I do need guaranteed crit on. Because I've kind of changed how all this works. There we go. So passive burns there now. You can see the actual things going off. All right. And what we'll do is we'll say can stack stacks of 5 maybe. Oh, there we go. There's like a, it's pretty close. If you're not screwing around too much, you get the stacks up. So I like that. And over time it like builds. So that's nice. That's very mage-like. I like that passive. Hello, Arcsynth. How you doing? Thank you. We've just started the mage. We have finished the warrior, the enchanter, and the cleric. We are on the mage. And so I'm kind of brainstorming a little bit of game feel out. Your fave, awesome. Well, like the first thing is I want to be a little bit old school Final Fantasy, where a fire mage is a fire mage, you know, a water mage is a water mage, like that type of thing. And so in the future, a fire mage will have different specialties, like lava mage, maybe like lightning fire, you know, blue fire. Maybe the fire mage blue fire spec is healing, you know. And then maybe there's like a very burn specific spec or build, or maybe smoke is like a weird, you know, fire mage, you know, build type thing. And so with the mage right now, I'm not going into like ice and all that stuff. That I'm building the fire mage. And so he's the first class right now that is getting a passive. And so all the other 3 classes I have not done any passive work on. I was only working on abilities. And so he will automatically, if you saw there, he starts with an actual passive just on his kit. And every time you get a crit, it applies a burn stack. And of course, you know, right away as you get your, you know, your every 5 auto casts, you get a crit. And so you cast a fireball, and boom, you get the passive burn. Now, it stacks in the last 20 seconds, and so for longer duration fights, it can keep stacking up to 5 times. It's like bosses and stuff, you'll do more damage later on and things like that. So now it's at 2 stacks, and like we keep going up type thing. And the other dot is the obviously the fireball explosion going off, but this one here is the passive burn from on crit stuff. So that's kind of like, it already feels very mage-like, and it gives the mage a unique thing to think about. So I'm liking that at the moment. I do need to go to my passive icons here. Passive widget. Passive icon. So the border, I need to make slightly bigger. Let's go 34 to 34. center. Yeah, and so it already feels good with the crit system I've done. I don't really like moving while casting. Um, I think it creates a. It doesn't feel as mage-like to me. There might be, I'm not like fully against it or like doing one-off abilities that can do it, but I feel like it just feels like a mage when you have to stand still and cast something, and then you can like interrupt it and stuff. Like, to me, that's just what a good mage feels like. Otherwise, you just stop feeling like a mage. You know, you just feel like a rogue that can throw spells out. You know, that's just my gameplay kind of point of view on things. Okay, yeah, that's you know, there might be like, who knows where I go with it. I might have like a specific ability that can do things that you can do while moving. It might be like an equipment piece that can change a build up like really like a highly. It's going to be more one-off, interesting mechanic things that make it unique versus just as a baseline that everyone can move while casting. You know, it's going to be used as more of more rare, interesting locations, and then you're like, wow, this feels really interesting because it's already so different from more of a standard, you know, standstill cast type thing. Okay, so I'm happy with that. I'm going to automatically, for now, take away the burn from the fireball. Okay, so we have the blink and stuff. We have now a passive burn. I'm thinking. So right off the bat, I need to make my crit. I can get those online. So I can duplicate this. Can also go over here. And the kit newbie and level progression go to kits. And mage auto goes here. And then, oh, rest. And then update redirectors. And now we get these loaded in. Do you have to change anims so they work with holding a weapon versus not? So right now the mage does not have a weapon that shows up on their character. Um, in the future, yeah, I usually do like pose changes. Like default vertical third has it like you equip a weapon and it just it basically has a setting to change your stance based on a two-hander, a one-hander, a nothing, that type of thing. And then that, communicates to your animation blueprint to offset it. Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of work, but it's a lot of work I've already done, you know? It goes back to my vertical third stuff, you know? Um, so like even if I go to my vertical third, this is all my vertical third stuff down here. Where is it? So if I go to the database and let's pull up like, I don't know, T1 sword. All the way down here, this is like the loot data table. So it has all your loot settings, if it can stack, common information, the appearance setting, if it's 3D or 2D, tooltip, animation stuff. This is mostly for looting, if you want a certain animation on when it loots. If it's a pickup or you can walk over a pickup. If it's a quest item, there's options. If it's a consumable, there's options. And then if it's a piece of equipment, you have all these options here. And so you can have it, you can assign stats here. All these are all like requirement things. If it's two-handed or not, if it's even an equipment or not, what slot it is. And then you can have it change your actions. So this one changes, I think this might be the warrior weapon or something. So it swaps out all the different, it's a tank weapon, so it swaps all your abilities to tank. And then passive actions, and then kit bash stuff here is what I had prior. Where is the, okay, there it is. So this is where it would be like you would set the cosmetic settings for, now this is like vertical third default stuff, so there's like female, male, non-binary was stuff I was doing in the future, but you'd set your what the thing looks like for the male, and I had it broken down in different parts, but then you just have the animation stance here. And so I have unarmed, one-handed gun, two-handed bow, stealth, shield, magic, and those are referencing what animation basically this communicates to the animation blueprint on if it's a gun, it's going to put you in gun pose. If it's two-handed, it'll put you in two-handed pose. If it's a bow, it'll use a bow kind of animation stuff. So magic is going to use and like I have Mixamo animations, right? So it's going to put you in the Mixamo in the magic animation stuff. That type of thing. So crit abilities enabled. Crit kit. Yeah, so it is a lot of work, but luckily it's a lot of work I've already done. So it's very easy to, again, I have such a strong foundation because of vertical third. It's very easy for me to expand on that. And that'll come into play a lot when I'm still focusing on my trio of systems, right? The rotation ruin system for combat, the registry of chronicles, and then our map system, our camp map system. Those are the three things I'm double downing on right now. Once I feel like those are a good stage, that's when I'll start working on my character again, and getting because basically once I implement my own character, I have to redo all of the animation setup I have for the character, and retarget all of the animations I have to the new model and stuff. So that's a lot of work, let alone having a model I actually enjoy. Plus, then you have to, assign actual armor and stuff to each piece, and potentially make sure you have the systems ready to use morph targets to be able to move to different different size models and stuff. So the model rework is that's going to be a several month process, I'm sure. I'm not going to enjoy it too much. I'll enjoy the final results, but it's going to be a pain in the ass because it's just going to feel like you're making no progress. But at that point, the game should feel really nice. The core gameplay loop, because again, that's like we have the core gameplay loop found. You know, it's the Registry Chronicles, the camp system, and Rotation Ruins. Like that's the core gameplay loop right now, and I need to make sure that that gets sold really well. Right now, it's mostly me. You know, obviously I talk about a lot of things with gameDEVbeauty, but right now it's mostly me because she has other stuff she works on. Again, we have multiple projects kind of in the work, and so we're trying to spread out our eggs in different baskets and things. So, okay, I'm trying to think of what am I doing. Okay, I have the crit stuff. Good, good luck to everybody in my other project. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's really coming together. Honestly, it's not a matter of time, and especially like I know when we finally have that moment where we have like 100 people logged in playing, um, we're going to get on the radar of some like content creators and stuff, and we're going to snowball. You know, I really do think we're going to snowball once we get there, because we're not, you know, not many MMOs are playtesting every month. You know, so. Okay, so I set up the crit stuff. Now I need to set up the crit. And honestly, like I have a lot of fun, right? Like I have a ton of fun doing this and actually putting it all together. And it's a doable project for us, right? Like we already created Vertical Third, which we made from 2019 to 2022, and we've updated it here and there since. But Ruins of Tearyn is to prove Vertical Third is great tech. It's to prove that game architectures are like the next big leap in game development workflows. And so by, you know, working on Ruins of Tearyn, it's also trying to promote Vertical Third. So we're like it's two products in one, trying to prove itself. And yeah, it'd be nice to, you know, potentially get acquired somehow if it's Vertical Third or Ruins of Tearyn or, you know, whatever. Eventually, who knows what. I'm crossing my fingers for some sort of epic deal, but who knows? It'll only happen when it happens. All right, what am I doing? So now I need a Fireball to have a crit version. So we can do some renaming here. So this is going to be Fireball. Just Fireball. Stat change. Fireball. I guess Fireball R1 for the moment. R2. And I'm just going to delete the dot. Fireball R3. Like I said too, I've said this several times, but we have multiple projects in development. Change. Oh, I hate sometimes. I have to go back and forth between the views. And this is just one of our projects that we got going. We have our like 2 to 3 million. Like Ruins of Tearyn is probably a $2 to $3 million project. So the chances of it getting funding right now are pretty small. Which is why I keep nudging it forward right now. Because at some point we're going to pass the tipping point of this vertical slice that we've created, you know, minimal viable product, vertical slice, demo, whatever you want to call it, is way past the point of proving a concept and our technical ability. And so that's one of the goals of it. It's also a project that I don't think I'll need a full publisher for. Like, my dream funding for Ruins of Tearyn would be Outersloth. But I just don't think they're interested in a project like this. Or at least, maybe they just need it farther along. Because there's a lot of taint for publishing and in general of indie MMOs, right? Like, no one believes it's possible to be done, even though Project Gorgon's done it to some degree. They've kind of at least proven it can be done. And they started like 10 years ago, right? So the technology is like vastly different. There's so much more technology available today than there was when Project Gorgon started. There's also like just so much hindsight and what not to do and lessons learned, all those things are kind of massive as well. But yeah, like the fact that I can create so many of these abilities that really don't need, like I barely need to use code to create a whole classes kit, right? And that's just because I've got so much stuff done with Vertical Third. Yeah, I don't know what games attract publishers these days. Seems like all game genres are just massively affected. Not just suppose. Oh yeah, it's basically anything that's not 500K is massively affected, right? Now, getting 500K for your indie game project is kind of hard right now. And so, of course, that's like 90%, 90 to 95% of games cost more than 500K to make. Even like a small indie game with maybe 2 to 3 people on it working for 3 years is probably around 600 to 700K. And that's what our second project is. We have Ruins of Tearyn are 2 to 3 million plus. We have another project, and that's in the 700K-ish range. And then our last project is kind of in that friend slop category. That's like 200K. And it's basically just me working on it. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It does affect all genres. There's no doubt. Yeah, it's a shitty time to get funding. I'm also praying that I'm again not holding my breath at all, but we submitted Ruins of Tearyn for another a mega grant. So our past mega grants were for Vertical Third. It would be dope as fuck if we got one for Ruins of Tearyn. And that would give us, if we got what we wanted, it'd give us like a year runway. And that would put us in such a fucking good spot. It's not even funny. we'd literally, like, if I could, again, right now we have multiple projects because we want different eggs in different baskets, because we need we need income, desperately. But if we got any type of mega grant, it would allow us to live, and just I could put those other projects to the side for now, and just purely focus on Ruins of Tearyn. And then there's also the announcement hype and all this stuff that would roll into potentially getting more people to show up to our playtests and all that stuff. Okay, so let me test this. I was setting up my crit stuff. So this should no longer crit automatically, right? Yep. And then when I actually get a crit, it did not crit. Oh, did I turn crit on? Crit. I did. Oh, okay. I didn't set the new stat changes. R1 crit. R2 crit. R3 crit. Alright, so again, Fireball does not crit. And then we get a crit. And then crits. And it procs. There we go. That's a burn. So the other thing I want to have this idea of empowers for the mage. So you're trying to build up your empowers. You're trying to generate empowers to empower your fireball or something like that. I also want to do something interesting with the fireballs themselves. So let me close all these. Let me take a quick look at some animation stuff. Bum, 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 bum. So I think it's Gideon. Let me look at his stuff. Primary. I do need to change his. Okay, let's do that real quick. First up, we're going to do is the auto attack. I'm going to set that up as a combo, so we have a little bit of variance in casts. I'm going to set this to combo, and all we have to do is duplicate this, 02 and 03, and this is normal. Mage 1 is okay, and then browse here, create a montage, Mage auto 01, and then B. Okay, we're going to actually make that Mage auto 02. And then C. Create that montage. Mage auto 03. All right, so now we should just rotate through 3 animations when we auto attack. Nothing spectacular. You're not doing it. Mage auto. Oh, reset time needs to be like 5. We need a left-handed throw of something. Does he have a left-handed throw? A. Okay, we're just going to use this. I don't know what I use that for, but okay. Just going to say oh yeah, that won't matter. 01, 02. Appearance, yoink. Yoink. And this one actually stays the same, I think. I'm sure in the future I'm probably going to play around with auto attack depth as well. Okay, I actually need this back to what it was. What was it? Need that there. And then this Mage auto 02. And now we should have 3 even more unique auto attacks. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let's look at the. So I don't know why I have this here. That does not need to be there. Location is action owner. Socket right hand. Let's see if this works. Action owner socket left hand. See if this is more accurate at all or not. All right, and then we need to. I don't think I have any offsets. And we need to check with the timing a little bit. So this one should be coming out. Why is that so? We don't need this to be timed like that. We can take off .5. Okay. And then .5 delay. And then this one is like .16 delay. And the last one, same thing, .16. Okay, why are these so randomly placed? Oh, I think I'm not. Oh, okay. It's totally because I'm not running animations on the server. Duh. I don't really want to. So maybe I can't do that how I want to. We're just going to have to do the manual offsets a little bit. All right, so one, we're going to take off the fireball on the auto action for now. And then this is actually more like .3. We'll go a little under, like 1.4. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Oh, I need to check something. Okay. Yeah, I think in the future I'm probably going to have some sort of other system with the 3 auto attacks I've set up for people. And that goes back to what you were saying about being able to move, right? You have an auto attack as a mage that you can move around and do things with. So you do have that capabilities. Boom, 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 boom. As once I wonder if I'm going to need to do. This is like a random off thing I kind of been wanting to do. Let me see if I can quickly do this. I'm going to put a image in. The progress bar is 400 by 24. This will be centered. Dot 5, dot 5. Be like 412 by 36. And then what Cinti Studios thing that I have that could be used here? Don't think I like any of those. This could be cool. I think. I might have to edit that, but I think that could be interesting. So let me do. Okay. This is kind of an easy edit. Let's export this. Get the trusty old Photoshop open. I've been wanting to do this just because it adds to the game feel factor of everything. So this one's going to be, we'll say like, I don't know, 300 by 50. File open. This guy. just, I guess, copy all this over here. Do that. Destroy this. And I'm going to shrink this by, I mean, I guess let's do the bigger version of this. So canvas size, or image size, I guess. If we do like 1,000 by, we have to create the ratio, right? What's the ratio on this stupid thing? 412 by 36. What's that ratio? .08. So if we do 1,000, or we'll do 1024, I guess, by times 1024. Let's do 90. By 128. I guess, no, we can do 64. Let's do that. And I guess we're actually going to delete that, and we'll cut this out one by one. Actually, maybe we just do this. And actually, I like this side better because it's got the lighting going on it. Open this. Do a new clipboard. What is the size of this? 256 by 256. Paste. Just center that bad boy. Sort of like that. Save. This is going to be texture, cast bar, critical border, side. Let's just start with that. We'll import it. Import that here. Sprite actions, apply paper 2D, and then texture group UI. And we're actually going to make a canvas panel bar. And I guess this goes on the body. Canvas panel critical. And this guy is going to be just the same thing, 300 by 24, I think. 400 by 25. 400 by 25. Visibility. It's purely and this guy is going to be this guy. Size to content. It's a touch big. So maybe not size to content. but we will do 128 by 128. The Z value of this is also going to be like 200. So let's do 64 by 64. Duplicate right. And we will, what is it? Angle? 180? No. Maybe it's, can I do a size X? Negative 64? Nope. Okay, it's really going to make me do that. Can I mirror? No. Okay. It's going to make me do that. Flip horizontal. Right. And this is, okay, this one's pretty easy. It's just anchor there. And this one's anchor here. Okay, I think that's fine for now. And now we also need to make this stuff. All right, so this, the cast bar is 400 long and 25 high. So this one, we're going to do canvas size. I guess we'll just do 400 and 25. Let's do this differently again. I think I need to make sure. Okay. So number one, we're going to go like 600 by 600. I have to make sure the shadows get copied over here. Okay, we're not going to do that. And just stretch this bad boy out super long. New 400. Maybe I don't care about the shadows. Maybe I just do this. And also, maybe I do care about the angles. Like this. All right, let's give this a quick chest. PNG. Top. Jesus, that's big. Okay. Oh, we actually don't need that there. We need to add critical. And then I go to the widget. And then we go to cast start. And this visibility. Collapse this to a function. ability. So if it's true, we do this. Do that. If it's false, we do this, which is hidden. Let's just quickly start with that. Make sure it's working. Go to my input component. And get owner, get crit. Is it the stack component? Where do I get the critical hit? Okay. Input, get crit hit, crit state. All right. I think it's going to add a lot of value. So I really wanted to get it in there. Please don't crash. No crash. Why crash? Why crash? Okay, I don't care about you or you. I don't care about that for now. That for now. That for now. That should be fine. Stack components fine. This saved. Okay, if that's saved, then I think everything's good. Okay. So we have our fireball, regular fireball. And now, when I get an actual crit with my ruins, and I start casting, boom, it's like a different cast bar. And something didn't save there. Maybe it was the textures didn't save. Okay, so the imported textures didn't save for whatever reason. This guy. to my widget cast bar. And I'm gonna make some of the cast times longer here, but have your normal fireball. And now critical fireball. So it actively shows on your cast bar when you actually have a crit cast. And we can also we can change the color of this, the fill. Cast bar, color, default. Actually, I should have a default. What am I doing? Yeah, there we go. And then color, crot. Color crot, crit. And we'll make this maybe orange. Oops. Burn. Fireball. And then fireball. Oh, it didn't work. WTF. WTF. Oh, because it's changing later on. So I could probably get away with let's see if I can just put it here and get away with it. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Why is it so dull? Did I really set the color that weird? Maybe there's two colors being applied. Okay, so what? Set fill color and opacity. Okay, that's why. I need to do this instead. That should make it the proper color, I think. Or not. I guess that is kind of correct, I guess. I guess it's my file. It's kind of eh. Okay. Is there something here? Fill image. Ah, tint. I need to get rid of this tint, yo. That's what it is. Go away, tint. Bam. That's looking cool. It's a regular cast. And then critical cast. Bam. Alright, that's so cool. Now, typically critical casts are going to be longer duration. So, if I go to players, Mage, Fireball, and just set this to like I guess crit. It's like 2.5 or 2 crit. The animations aren't going to line up properly with this right now, but and 4.5. Boom. Big fireball, crit, cast, boom. Yeah, that feels good. Big fireball. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, I'm super stoked. That was like the easiest, the quickest thing ever to add. Alright, reopen this. I can just close out of all this. I don't need to save anything here. So question is, do I want the fireball spell on R1, R2, R3? Do I want it to be multiple fireballs every time you increase it, or the bigger fireball every time you get a so it can be like a fast small fireball, and then you can noticeably see it get bigger every time you get an R1, R2, R3. I could make, I think I like the idea of the crits being big fireball, and then the small ones being multiple fireballs. So, you know, base R1, small fireball, you know, 1x. Base R2, and then base R3, 3x, and then crit R1. You know, big fireball. Bigger fireball. Biggest fireball. That could be interesting and have like a little bit of an interesting effect. Actually, I might just make them all like they all get bigger, maybe. I think that'll probably have a better feel. Yeah, I like that for Fireball. I think Fireball conceptually is, I think that's good. So I'm going to also like put down here like, you know, design pass complete, and auto attack is here. That's good. Again, we're going like first is the design pass, get things kind of implemented as a kit. And remember, every button has potential of 6 abilities and 6 variations. Some are a little bit more straightforward, like Fireball. Some could be completely different abilities. And then I do an animation pass, then I do a VFX pass, then I do like an SFX pass. That's kind of how I've been working right now. And something definitely needs to give you empower. It's going to empower your big fireballs somehow. And you basically want other abilities to amplify your fireball. So maybe something like absorb heat or absorb heat. Steal heat. You're like taking the heat from the target and giving it to yourself somehow. Conceptually, I think I want burn to be more in the passive in things and not an actual dot that you cast. A dot is not a active ability. Mage direction, I guess, right here. Dot slash burn is not an active ability. Builders to empower fireball. Should add Fire Mage direction. In AoEs, I need to be somewhat limited with, because we don't want them to be too. We don't really want a lot of AoEs in the game. And probably we need some like some sort of oh shit, not oh shit, but like burst cooldown for damage. So something you can pop that just like gives you like a double damage buff or something. But it can only be used every 30 seconds, 60 seconds, something like that. Some stagger could be interesting here. Stagger potential on some thing. Some sort of big fireball could help stagger the monster. That's a random question for me is, should stagger be on auto attacks? And then should that be class specific? Yeah, I'm going to kind of consider shift as blink kind of done as a design pass right now. I don't think I need to worry about that being anything I need to change up. Because again, I am kind of pressed on time, so if I have an ability that's kind of just good enough for now, I'm just going to keep it. And so Q is now nothing, effectively. You know what? Let's just do the fireball. Let's start with the fireball. Feel that out. We'll start with the first fireball is effectively done. So fireball, R1. I think it's just one fireball. And then the only thing on the fireball R1 crit, technically, is a bigger projectile size. So let's just see if what this looks like. So we have normal fireball. I don't know if this projectile I have is going to scale properly. And then R1. Yeah, it doesn't scale right now. Let's see if I can do it through. So we'll just duplicate this fire R1 base and duplicate R1 crit. So base. These are. Is it just a? Oh wow, it might just be a local thing. Let me see if local just fixes it. Because they're both mesh renderers, so they should be fine. looks weird now, for no reason. It's bigger. That's how it worked, but it worked, but oh, okay, so maybe keep the local space, but I might have to, on the fireball, rotate it. I'm going to pull this up, I think. So do this. This is the fireball base. Okay. And if I do 180, I need back to my fireball 1. I gotta just use this up. Ah. I don't think that worked. Nope. Maybe I just modify it. So let's turn this back to whatever. Keep it as it was. Let's go here and do this or whatever. Add velocity. So maybe I don't do 100 here. I do X is negative 100. Let's see what happens with that. Fireball base. Sort of working. 0 on the Y. Okay. Now is it supposed to be the opposite? Like 100 to 125. Maybe it needs to be a lot less. maybe it's doing the wrong thing. 0, 0, 1, 125. Oh, I love how that's going to be so awesome. Okay, so that's definitely wrong. And then let's just do negative 1,000. And let's just see if that's doing the right direction. Hey, okay. So just nowhere near as much. So I guess 0 to negative 200. Okay, maybe more than that. Okay. Maybe negative 250 minimum. Alright, maybe we do go. Okay. Alright. Yeah. I mean, that's working. Just delete this. Oh, technically, I think we can just use the base now. The new one. For them all. Or at least for now. I might change it up later, but. Alright. And now I want to get crit 1. It's bigger. Mucho bigger. So crit. So let's start with the fireball R1. The scale will be like .3. And then on the crit, we'll go to .6. R2. Will also be maybe 1 and 1.3. And R3 is going to be like 2, and R3 crit will be 3. Small one. Boop. Normal size. Big. And then we get the crits. Obviously, we're going to have to fiddle with this a little bit. Oh. Auto attacks are critting, which they're not supposed to. Fireball. Ignore crit. Oh, no, it's the stack, I think. Passive? Hmm. Big Mamba. Okay, so the passive burn is still getting rid of the crit somehow. I could just turn off for now. Turn off the crit. Worry about it later. Alright, so first up, the fireball needs to be definitely 1 in size as a base. I will do 1.25. And then R2 will be 1.5. And R2 crit 1.75. And then 2 and 2.5, I guess. Yeah, I definitely need like some color changes. And maybe some different effects. For sure. We're gonna have different fireballs, for sure, to show the changes. Different fireballs per our number. Like, let's just quickly look at this. So fireball 2, let's just go like fire. Let's do this guy on, he's kind of cool, so let's do that on 3. And then what's this guy? Ooh, maybe that's 3. Okay, I changed my mind. And now we can have this as 1, this as 2, R2 as 1, R2 crit as 2. So we have R1 fireball. That's what it was before. R2. That was not supposed to be that one. What? Okay. Boom. Looking pretty good already. That looks pretty cool. Not sure if this one scales right now. Yeah, that looks pretty dope. Alrighty, cool. I like where that's going. It's a great first pass. Yeah, I think I like single fireballs for this. Just want single fireballs. I'll have some other ability that does multiple little blasts. Um, boom. That effect looks real good. First the AoE. Boom. Ooh. I know, right? Check it out. Oh, the animations match up. So right now I have it so each R is a different fireball. So it's like a basic fireball there. Then it gets a little bit more sophisticated. I'm going to customize a little bit more. A little bit more rich. And then the third one is the Giga Fireball. And one thing I quickly did, if you notice, I don't know if you saw, but when you do a base cast now, oh man, random mana. It's one button, yeah. It's all just one button changing based on your ruins. And so now when like you have a base cast, your cast bar is basic, right? But now we have this idea of critical abilities. And so when your ruins are red, it's a critical ability. There's no passive crit in the game. And so when you have a critical ability and you hit Q, now your cast bar changes to this really advanced, like slick, bigger cast bar that looks more, like has a sense of royalty to it to show that you got a big crit cast coming through. Boom. Boom. Big crit. But yeah, I'll be playing with like VFX simplicity. Yeah, not a simple fireball no more. Nope. I'll be playing with the effects and the simplicity of each one, and the cast times of them, and seeing how it goes. But it makes you have a little bit sense of what you casted type thing, and how they differ from each other. Random mana. So I like this a lot so far. I really like my cast. I've been wanting to do this, but I just didn't know how long it would take, and it took like 30 minutes. The cast bar stuff is awesome. Again, doubling down on my action on this combat system to kind of try and sell it to everyone and make it a little bit easy to learn and not like, because at first I was worried about the complexity of it all being too much for people, but through some of my design and how I'm breaking it down, I think I'm going to be able to do it. It's kind of crazy, right? Like you have 8 buttons on your bar, which means 6 potential abilities per button. That's 48 abilities on, which is obviously incredibly complex. But when you think about it, it's like, okay, well, you have 24 core abilities, and then most of the crit versions are like an upgraded version of the base. So it's just slightly different from the base version. So as far as like holding rent in your mind, it loses complexity. And like just with the enchanter pet, right? Like you have a tank pet, and then you have a crit pet for the tank pet. So the crit version is obviously still going to be a tank pet. It's just going to be an upgraded tank pet. That's better. And so I thought it was going to get too complex, but now I think I've got under control where it's not too bad. All right. I honestly think I think I'm done for tonight. Did my folder organization, did the castbar implementation, and I've started some design direction. Because I have a lot of questions to kind of still answer about the Fire Mage as I work through this. Like I said, there's stagger potential. Stagger ball. Because it's one like this is like other classes are like built for a lot of utility. Like the tank is like very obvious that you have a lot of stagger and stuns and stuff. A little bit straightforward. Whereas how do you make in a slow-paced game options of different ways of doing damage that don't just feel like there's always going to be one button that's better than everything else. And so I'm trying to think about that. Because the mage is probably going to have almost all damage buttons. Because you're a fire mage. And so how do you make them feel unique? Because again, it's a little bit different. We're a slow-paced game. So, I mean, I could just slap cooldowns on stuff. But I have to figure out the design direction on making them feel unique. Not only feel unique, but unique in purpose. It's like if I put a like say I gave them a fire beam, why would you use it like mathematically? Why would you use a fire beam over a fireball if it's not just a pure damage numbers thing? Timing's obviously one of them. I could kind of do just talking about beams. This absorb heat thing. This kind of brings me back to warlocks a little bit. And warlocks had like their soul drain for soul shards. And I could have the fire mage do drain heat. It gives empower stacks for fireball. For ball or X. I like that idea. That's kind of an interesting gameplay. I like that a lot, actually. Drain heat, heat transfer. And that goes back to like you're kind of like trying to build up your empowers to just release this giga monster fireball that does lots of damage, especially when the boss whenever you're fighting is staggered. You want to try and build up your empowers and then nuke them like hell when they get staggered from behind, and then nuke them from behind to get this massive fireball hit when they're and you get like 40% more damage when you hit them from the behind plus stagger. So um, to this idea of prepping yourself, um, prepping your empower state for Giga Fireball attacks when target is staggered. Okay, so Drain Heat's one ability. That's probably going to be Q, because that's going to be sort of like a little bit of your main rotation. Is Drain Q for Drain Heat, which is like right by your main WASD hand. E is your main attack for Fireball. 4 is going to be this, whatever that ends up being. Just a giant like amplifier. Your like 5-minute cooldown of something, whether it's a major attack or just buff your current damage, enrage something. Um, I could introduce the thing of evacuate. I could do that as an actual oh shit button where everyone gets teleported to a nearby safe location. But I'm not sure. I don't think that's necessary right now. It'd be different if I had like a fully built dungeon and stuff. It'd have some actual utility to it, but um, and when fire is definitely not going to have. I don't want snares. No snares right now. Maybe in the future through equipment and talents and stuff, maybe, but not initial. No stuns. I don't want the Fire Mage to really be about crowd control or CC or anything. I want them to be very damage focused. I could do a beam, but that could be the beam could be the big burst damage thing. Beam. But maybe not, because heat transfer is probably going to be a beam. I could have something that maybe so somewhere fire resist debuff somewhere. Maybe fire degradation is what I call the holy one. Reduce fire resist by crit. I could have a situational burn on the ground, and so things that sit still, it can be good on. It's a bit of a longer cooldown, whereas maybe certain monsters move around. I don't know. I don't think monsters move around too much. Um, I'll probably start with it though. Fire on ground, small radius, and the goal here is good for stationary enemies. A must watch threat or target will just walk out. Higher mana cost, bigger damage potential. Okay, this thing is basically fine now. Then something is going to cast multiple, we'll call it fire rain. Multi cast fireballs. Small. Or from hands. I don't think I'm doing lightning strike at all. I don't think I like that right now. I could do a damage shield, like a small fire damage shield. Fire damage shield buff. I like that idea. That's in the fire theme. That's a good. It's offensive. It's still a damage spell, but it's a buff you can put on tanks and stuff. I like that. This would kind of be up there in the same button as fire degradation. You can like separate these a little. Hmm. So I wonder if do I do double stacking of buffs? So I can have heat transfer, give you plus fire damage, and then something else give you plus fireball damage. Goes back to like building yourself up for your fireball. But right now your fireball is like your main thing you cast. I have this. Yeah, fireball's kind of here. Like right now, fireball is pretty much done. Let me just properly do this. That's fine. Could do like a fire resist spell. I know it's a little bit lame, but I could do that. Yeah, those are solid. I like this. Yeah, I really think the backlash of the fire on the ground is if you use it when your threat's already high, um, it's going to just take aggro. Oh, Umbra, I'm so sorry. You've been talking and I did not see it. Um, I've had my OBS covering my YouTube chat, so sorry about that. Which software do you use to plan things for your game? It's Obsidian. It is, yes, it is Obsidian. When making a stylized game based on one culture more in a way, not like the East Asian games, but the map design and concept, but we want the game to be worldwide, so using culturalized stylized game name would be a good thing, or having a worldwide name. Is that a question? Or are you, if you're still around, I'm sorry. I think you should go with name does matter, right? Something approachable, like to me there's just some game names that are just cheesy, like then that's bad. Like I would argue Supervive was a terrible name for a game. Um, Supervive was a MOBA-esque battle royale game, and it just felt cheesy. So it felt very like some, you know, startup CEO made the name. Then you have the example of too generic. Like there was another extraction game called Legacy Sword and Shield. That's what it was when it first started out, and that's just a very long name for one. And the think about your acronyms too. Like your acronyms kind of matter. Like Legacy Sword and Shield was like La Sauce. Like no one's gonna go and say, "Do you play La Sauce?" Um, and then guess what? They changed their name from Legacy Sword and Shield to Eldegard. Um, being too literal, and like I'm just referencing some things that went through some problems with their names. There's a MMO called that used to be called Evercraft, and it was because they took EverQuest gameplay and mixed it with Minecraft graphics, so they called it Evercraft, and it just didn't really have something like a unique. It made it too much about the merging of the two games instead of something. This is their own standing game, and so they renamed themselves to Alderan Online Adventures. So now it's like their own name, and they're not just referencing two other games in their name. Oh, so a balance of both with a little bit of lean to game names like for cultural style, like the East Asian games do, Elden Ring, Sekiro. Yeah, like I don't know. It's a name, like it matters to some degree. Is it gonna like make or break your game? Probably not. If you have some cheesy title name and it turns out to be a great name, it's probably still going to be a great game. But branding matters. We spend a long time like tossing our game names around and thinking about them. And like sometimes we'll have a game name that we enjoy, like Ruins of Tearyn was at least one or two different games before we actually brought it to the MMO name because we liked the name. It used to be called Tearyn, and that was like some placeholder game that we way thought back of like years ago. I think it was before Castle Day maybe, or during Castle Day times. And I think it just popped in our heads because we're so familiar with EverQuest, and one of the first expansion to EverQuest was Ruins of Tearyn, and so it just one thing led to another. Ruins of Tearyn. But uh, it's hard to comment anything without specifics. Like I know you're not trying to say the name out loud because you don't want people to know the names and stuff, but um, I would just go with your gut on what's true to the game. I'm asking like, are you intentionally not saying the name of the game that you're thinking of because you don't want to say it, or are you just still in the thinking process and iterating game on game names? Oh, I could do. So your dot is a passive. Something increases burn damage. So not only are you trying to stack and apply your passive, you're doing other things to increase burn damage to increase the passive. That's critical right there. Its name is Jugad for now, which means in English to make something without a proper way. It's not perfect, but it does the work. I mean, that sounds awesome, dude. Like if that's the meaning behind it, um, that seems like really um, to me that seems on point. I don't see anything wrong with Jugad as a name. What culture is that from? Which means in English to make something without a proper way, and it's not perfect, but it does the work. Good enough. But yeah, I think um, translator. Improvised solution. Yeah. It's from what? Hindi? Indonesia? Yeah, I would go with your gut. I mean, if your gameplay really matches improvised solution, I would just go for it. Like, there's been a few indie um um what is it? What is something Ragey? Rayjun? ARPG? Uh what's Raji? Um did you ever see the Raji game? Like, that's kind of in the ballpark of, like, they did such a cool job with this title. I don't know if you've seen that before, but um, for some context in the game, we are an engineer in an island. We have to shop where we fix the items of villagers, and there's a plot in the game too. Yeah, I mean, I think that's perfect. Like, it's a very unique name, and it fits the gameplay. I would absolutely go with that. Yeah. No, yeah. Go with your gut, and it's important to run with your cultures, right? Don't try to, like, whatever the term is, globalization or Americanize it. Like, go with your culture. Like, you know, the the bottom line is it has to be a good game. That's what matters the most. But if it's a cultural thing and the name fits, run with it. You know, don't be discouraged. We need more people from other cultures and stuff to really bring their influences and cultures and lifestyles into more mainstream and whatnot. Okay. Yeah, so I've figured out a lot here. Um, so something to increase burn damage. Um, passive burn damage. That's going to be cool. So it's going to be something you want to cast when you have a stack or two of your passive on the target. Yeah, here the old government before 1014 I think wasn't focused in the new one, but it's growing slowly. So the fire mage is oh no, the fire mage is very far from being complete. Um, I'm just, like, figuring out I have a good direction. I've completed the cleric, the warrior, and the enchanter right now. Those are set. And when I say complete, that's this month's pass, not actually complete. um, I'm saying my goals for this month is when I say complete. And so the Fire Mage, I'm trying to identify. Again, the number one thing with the Fire Mage is you're going to have a ton of different damage spells, but they have to have purpose, right? You can't just have 8 different damage spells and then, because it's a slow-paced game, like in traditional MMOs, it'd be like each one has like a 7-second cooldown, so you have to figure out which one to press in order in the right way. And in this case, we're a slow-paced game, and we don't want you to mash your buttons, so you're always going to have like 3 to 6 abilities off cooldown, and so it loses a little bit of the meaning from the design philosophy of, if they all do the same damage, you're just going to end up pressing the one that does the most damage. Yeah, I thought, which races are needed to be done for the playtest? I'm not touching races. Do you mean classes? I'm trying to get a pass on every class. And so this mage is the fourth class I'm doing, and there's 2 more to go, the archer and the rogue. So this is my whiteboard, right? This is just how I work. Because it's not much work. It's not much to work, and I just um, type my way through iterating in my head. Again, um, it's always trying to keep your design philosophies in mind. And yeah, I mean class predator. I got what you meant. I told you I knew what you meant. Um, yeah, so I'm doing the fourth class. Um, and I have about a week to get through these 3 classes. It's a little over a week. That makes me feel better. Um, I'm not going to kill myself if I don't have them already, but I would really like them to all be in, because I want to have more of a polished bug fix month next month. Um, I want to have a little bit of a lighter workload next month. Um, okay, so something could be in this button is, burn amplifier. Increases burn damage by X% for X seconds. And then obviously crit doubles duration maybe. Um, so that's another thing. And then I could have maybe a different ability also apply. Or maybe different spells give different stacks of burn. Um, Yeah, maybe we actually do like different R numbers give various stacks of burn. Example, R1 equals 1 stack, R2 equals 2 stack, R3 equals 3 stack. Certain spells can do less burst damage, but more stacks of burn. I like that direction. So on the multi-fireball, like firing, applies additional stacks of burn passive. And we're probably going to have like, it can probably go up to like 20 to 30 stacks type thing. And then, and then here, this is a really obvious one too. Potentially some way for like ignite. Remove all burn stacks for burst damage per stack. Okay, that's pretty cool. We got something going pretty nice here. So you're using your main fire spells. When they crit, it applies different various amounts of stacks. So your fireball is a single fireball, and it's only going to give 1 stack. But then you're going to have like a multi-fireball spell that gives multiple stacks. And so, but the fireball is going to be a better burst spell. So if the thing's staggered, you're going to be wanting to use the fireball because it's a better fireball burst thing. Whereas if it's not staggered and maybe you're not positioned behind it, maybe you want to, choose to stack all your, get your burns rolling faster. And then at some point, this is sort of becomes like the ignite itself becomes more of an execute spell. To try and finish off the target. So you're not really casting it until it's low on health. And this is what I'm talking about, how each damage spell needs to have a finite purpose. Otherwise, one of them is just going to be the best one to push all the time. So the situation here is only really useful when a target is low on health. And then your fireball. Where'd my fireball go? Burst spell. What software will you use for making textures and thumbnails, an image of Ruins of Tearyn? What software you use for making the sounds of Ruins of Tearyn? So right now I just use Photoshop for any type of texture work. Again, I don't deal with a lot of art stuff right now because we're using just marketplace assets. For sounds, I just use marketplace assets as well. Unreal Engine has a bunch of like little modifiers and stuff, that you can do. Like, let's try. do I have? Like, well, whatever. Let me just pull up a cleric thing, I guess. So if you go, where's my audio? So this is like a sound cue, right? In Unreal Engine. And so you can do a modulator, and then I have it set up to change the pitch, randomize the pitch. And so I think you can hear that, right? So you're gonna have like differences. So every sound effects in the game I actually choose, I always put a modulator on. Because you just, yeah, I just modify stock sound. And you can get all away with a lot of things. And like, even it's like, say I put this pitch down, like that's one sound effect. If I put the pitch to 2.2, completely different sound, right? And so you can really get a lot of value out of it. And so if we got funding, I would buy just, some giant sound packs. Like, what does it sound? Gamesounds.com or something. There's some major website. I can't remember. Is it Game Sound Effects 11 Labs, maybe? That might not be it. Boom? Might be Boom. Yeah, I think it's like something like this. Internet buffering. Okay, no problem, man. Again, thank you for coming around and hanging out. But yeah, I would probably buy some major professional sound packs because you can just do so much with Unreal to make them sound unique and stuff. All right, execute spell. So identity. And then I need to put a divider here. It's way down here. If we do fireball, and then we go identity here. Core damage button for burst. And then fire rain, identity, get burn stacks up quickly, less burst. And so fire and ground, again, identity, good for stationary enemies. But you must watch your threat, or it's just going to walk out of it. And then a higher mana cost. And I like all of these. This is probably one button right here. Fire degradation, damage shield, and then burn amplify. Probably all. Well, burn probably I'll probably put burn stuff on one button, like burn and ignite. Will probably be on one button. And then potentially fire rain too, because these are all burn related. So that could be one button right there. I don't need that thing. And this is, I guess I don't need this here. I'll just put this stuff down here for now. And then this is one button. And then this could be the AoE section. So this is going to be AoE something. So technically R. I don't know what this is yet. Then we have shift is done, auto attack is done. So yeah, this fits really well right here. I like that. That's obviously fine. And then we'll have AoE knockback type thing as one. This is more of like a oh shit button type thing. Get them away. Probably apply stagger. What else? So this is probably going to be like one. AoE. Yeah, Q is drain heat and treat transfer stuff. So Q, the theming behind Q right now is the empower states. Actually, I'm going to move this to Q. Yeah, that's going to be Q. This is going to be E. R. This can probably be 1. stuff needs to be. So yeah, we have, just to do this, shift is just blank. Then Q, then E, then R. Then 1. Long CDR burst things. Burst slash, oh shit, things. This will be 3, I think. Okay. This is going to be empower stuff. 2 is unknown. 3 is utility, debuffs, buffs, whatever. So we still need one thing here. So we need 3 whole things here. Where it's probably going to be like, okay, and the AoE stuff here is probably going to be longer cooldown too. Long cooldowns. So we have shift is the blink, which is done. Complete for now. Q is going to be everything, you know, burn stack related. And this is definitely going to be probably R1. R2, and then R3 is going to be the highest casting cost one, which is the execute. AoE, long cooldowns. Situational variations. So you have empower stuff. So empower, so fireball stacks. I don't know what else.
Could be increased fire damage, temporary. What else? I don't even need that. Just short duration. Fire damage buffs. All right, you know what? I think I'm done. I'm losing my steam. I got a ton of good direction though on this mage. I really do have a good direction now. Yeah. Oh, this could be a stagger something. Stagger related. Potentially. Yep, I'm done. Good night. Take care, everyone. I need to not. Sometimes it's really good to just dump your brain of ideas down on a page. You get some really good direction, and then you just stop. Sometimes it's really, really good to do that, and then you come back with a refreshed brain, and like you come back to it, and like you get a lot better insight because you did the creative thing, and you got your direction, and I kind of implemented a couple of small things. Um, and so, yeah, I have a really good direction now. And I'll probably have a little bit more design time tomorrow on this. But then from there, start implementing, getting what I have down, implemented. But yeah, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.